it makes sense the way what Mike Williams talks about with the Tavistock. I'm totally on board with. But I think that, and then there's that book, The Billy's Back. I think that that's like in plain sight type stuff. But then it's covering up, in my opinion, the fact that Paul's not dead. He's actually living in Liverpool still with John, and they're still friends. And there's a couple other videos about that convinced me that that's most likely the case, as far as I can tell, and definitely not the same Paul.
I have seen the childhood home thing, and then that John Halliday. I have seen that, and that guy does look wildly similar to, in a way. So that is interesting. I don't know
the mole and everything.
Yeah, I don't know. Like
the teeth was the big giveaway. The crooked teeth are exactly like the old Paul, like the original Paul. And the wife, that's the other thing. The wife looks like the girl that he was dating before his supposed death, and he got to marry her and live happily ever after.
I think with some of these things, like, it doesn't, in my opinion, really have to necessarily be a debate. Like, I'm right, you're wrong, because who can really know for sure? It's more like, to me, it's fascinating of what's true. Yeah, exactly. It's just interesting as can be. Like, and there's a deeper thing about it, that if they can do this, what does that mean for, just the narratives, deceptions, if they can like swap out, some of these famous people. And I'll mention this one. We don't have to go on a whole deep dive on it, but it is just another interesting one. Oh God, what's her name?
AFK became Jimmy Carter.
No,
that's the most mind-blowing one I've ever come upon.
No, oh my gosh, the girl that sings "Skater Boy." I was a skater boy. You were what's her name?
Lady Gaga.
No.
I thought that you were talking about Lady Gaga.
Avril Lavigne.
Avril Lavigne. Okay, I'll just say, Avril Lavigne. Just real quickly on her. There's all this stuff that she's replaced, and she's a double and all this stuff. And of course, I actually heard Jaronism first mention it, and he was like, yeah, he's like, looks like there's something to that. Like, it really does look like a different girl. And I was like, I've never looked into this. And I did look into it. I didn't do the deepest dive in the world, but I did do a bit of a dive on it. And if you look it up, there's tons of stuff. I mean, there's even like mainstream, like, podcasts, and it's even been on the news. Like, people think that it's a different Avril Lavigne and da-da-da. And that one is very interesting. There's this woman who was an actress before. She's the one that apparently is the current Avril Lavigne. And I did and to me, there's absolutely no doubt that there is a different person for several reasons that are First of all, the singing is totally different. The words she uses, her accent, her whole style. There's a whole bunch of things about it. And I mean, I could say more about it, but I'm not trying to like go on a whole long monologue on it. I'm just saying that it is wild. And the thing is that the two girls look very similar, almost shockingly similar. The new one, or the replaced one, is not nearly as good of a singer as the original. She's much weaker of a singer. She's way more girly. She doesn't have all that the tomboy stuff. And she's way less talented. And I've watched all the comparisons of the two singing and all this stuff. And it just trips me out. It's like, what is going on? Like, I mean, is it just a double? Is it that the original Avril Lavigne was kind of like losing it, being in the spotlight, and they said, hey, we've got this other one that can come in and kind of do it for you? It's just endless to consider what all of those factors are. Yeah.
Well, it would make sense in a business sense, like you're saying. Like, maybe the real Avril Lavigne was too real for the industry, didn't want to be on the pedestal or be commercialized. So they made her an offer. If you let us do this, or we have somebody that could take over, we'll buy all your rights to your name and your music, and then you get your residuals for the rest of your life of anything made on this property that we've bought. And it to a lot of people, even John and Paul at the time, that might have sounded like a great option. I mean, they got their lives to live with their like. A regular life is way better than being famous. I mean, we all know being famous would suck in a lot of ways, right? So you got that choice at some point. Makes sense in a business sense, especially with a lot of these people that die early, or die even late, but they need their record sales, like Michael Jackson and Prince. I mean, they're definitely that was obviously a media thing, and the record sales goes up. Same thing with David Bowie and a lot of these people. It makes sense in a business sense. That's all.
Yeah,
it's just a legal fiction name, right?
Dave,
just a legal fiction name.
You know what doesn't make sense? How they so easily replace these people, but when John Lennon died, they didn't replace him. You know how many billions they lost in fucking potential earnings?
What do you mean? Well, the record sales go up when you die.
Right, but the thing is, they could have kept that going. He died in 1980.
Right, but I mean, there's like a certain shelf life for characters. Like they didn't keep Mike, even though Michael Jackson didn't die when they say the record sales go up, and then he's got 4 #1 albums since his death as like this background character that's still playing with people and still making music. But it's like, oh, we found some stuff he never, that kind of stuff. Yeah, the record sales go up. That the public has to believe they actually died, and then that there's no going back on that, and that's when the record sales go up.
I'm one of the few people who don't think Michael Jackson's actually guilty. Does anybody else think he's innocent, or is it just me?
Yeah, I think that he probably, well, regardless, I think that they were never going to leave him alone. And that Dave interview, you've seen the Dave interview on Larry King. I mean, that just says it all. It's his voice. It's obviously not the real burn victim, a different person completely. And he's at the very end of that interview talking about how Michael was, never, portrayed the way that, the media basically is like what did him in. And he was basically making like a goodbye speech as that character.
Yeah.
That's one of the most interesting ones ever, for sure.
I realized when there was that old black comedian. Can you remember? He was always on about water fasting all the time.
The
old black comedian.
Greg.
Yeah, Dick Gregory.
Dick Gregory, yeah.
Dick Gregory, yeah. So, see, this is where my pattern recognition is fucking second to none. And that's what I'm saying. I sit back and it all comes together. And I remember when he was talking about how he was saying like he was trying to help Michael out, at the end there, because he were on all those drugs to go to sleep. Milk of the poppy, I always call it. But he were basically on general anesthetic type drugs to go to sleep or some shit. I don't know. Anyway, so Dick Gregory was trying to help him out, and I just remember him saying he had the mind of a child, like that, and the way he said it like that, and it just sort of sent me to thinking other things. Like I saw an interview with the guy who played Gladiator, the Australian. I can't think of his name. He was on this talk show, right? And he was somebody. If you can think of his name, write in the chat. I can't think of that guy's name. Anyway, he's on a talk show in England, right? Not Mel Gibson, the Gladiator. Come on, Mel Gibson. Come on, Brain, you can do it.
On the tip of my tongue.
So he's saying how Michael, wherever he goes when he's on tour, like when the actor, who I can't think of his name, is on tour and promoting a film, Michael would ring the hotels. He'd ring the hotels. Russell Crowe, that's his name.
Yeah.
Paul Hogan. That's not a knife.
What are we on here? What is this topic? I'm lost.
Never mind. I'll just quickly, right? So anyway, basically, I'm just trying to. The way I was thinking about how Michael were innocent, right? Anyway, the point is, I was thinking about this interview, right? And he phoned the managers of these hotels, Michael would, wherever Russell Crowe was, to prank call him, essentially. And he'd like pretend to be room service, and he'd like put on a deeper voice, and then he'd be like, "Michael, is that you?" And he'd be like, "No," and he'd like giggling on this phone, and that reminded me of Dick Gregory going, "He had the mind of a child," like that, right?
Okay, yeah. When he's talking about Michael, right? Yeah, there's a lot of it. There's so many things about Michael Jackson not actually dying when they say that. I mean, he was in debt. His money was being controlled. He needed to get away from these mobsters that were like taking over his life. He was being sued by people that maybe were making false claims. There's all kinds of reasons, but it's like not him. It's the people that. The reason this is interesting in a larger sense is that, you know, it's a world stage, and the people that control things are highly sophisticated, and it's not just like the actor's idea to fake their own death. I mean, it's a whole operation that has to be coinciding with the powers that be.
Well, there is a Beatles connection there because he had the songbook, didn't he?
Yeah, that's true.
And that's a huge deal. That's
yeah.
That's where
I
the
could
money
go
is.
off on all of this, of course. There's another really interesting one with Sid Vicious. Since you're probably familiar with Sid Vicious and the original story there, right?
Yeah. But
Well,
anyway,
I'll
just get back to that a minute. I was thinking about, like I say, this is a weird just pattern recognition. I was like, there were just several things that hit me like all at once, and it was sort of overlaid with that song, you know, they don't really care about us, and the lyrics in it where it's like where it says "do me," right, and they got pissed off about that, and you see that interview. There's a lady journalist, and she's interviewing Michael, and she's saying, you know, what about these lyrics? These lyrics seem a bit, you know, racist and etc. And Michael's going, no, 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 I'm the victim. I'm the victim, he's saying. and it just hit me all at once. I was like, oh, right. So, yeah, I actually do think there was probably some shenanigans because, like Dick Gregory said, he had the mind of a child. So the Jesus juice and all that stuff, I imagine there was a bit of that going on. But I don't know. It's difficult because who knows? Who knows ultimately? But yeah, it just seemed like, as I've said before, these people, they've got the power to build you up and take you down. They can take you down in a day. You know what I mean? I mean, this is a level of power that you can't even imagine. I mean, I've said it many times. I'm not afraid of the megalomaniacs. These people I'm pointing at, they've had a heart attack gun since 1950s. I'm not afraid of them. You know, I'm not in any hurry to die either. But what I am afraid of is what they can do to the normies to just turn anyone's opinion, just like that. You know, they can.
right.
Yeah,
That's what's really scary is like they don't have to threaten anybody. They could either
no,
pay them off or just influence them.
yeah, exactly.
And so wasn't it Machiavelli? Why threaten? With the use of something about the use of force. Why isn't necessary when the art of subterfuge can convince a man to do whatever you want or something like that.
Well, you just imagine a crowd tearing you to pieces because these people could easily influence, you know, everyone to hate you, and well,
Oh yeah,
you couldn't go anywhere.
like Dave Chappelle said, like he was on the phone or whatever. He's like, if you're not gonna change your show, you know, I think it was because they were asking him to do less black jokes, you know, and he wasn't gonna do the black jokes because Obama was becoming president, and they thought it wouldn't be very political for him to be doing kind of like the more typical racist seeming black jokes that he does on his show. And then the story is that he said, oh, then I'm out. And they said, well, by the time you get home, everyone's going to think you're a crackhead.
Yeah.
And the whole that's the narrative we're given. Who knows how even true some of those stories are, but yeah.
And they always get them to wear women's clothes as well, don't they? That was
right.
The other thing.
Yeah, the claim about him though is that he never did wear the women's clothes, but he did earlier on in his career. He actually did wear it, and it was the some remake of Robin Hood where he was in tights and a dress or something like that. But,
oh, okay.
So that's a weird one, but anyway, yeah, it's interesting. I think that a lot of times they don't have to really threaten or kill anybody, but the story about them killing people or having that kind of threat over people is something they even promote, because then it instills fear in people that ever try to think about, you know, I mean, it's just like a learned helplessness type of thing, you know. I think a lot of these things are usually done through more sophisticated and you know, like what do you call it, civil means rather than having to do a lot of the stuff that that makes it seem like they're just killing and threatening and stuff. Because why do that? When you can just like have nobody die and then have people think people died, right?
Well, I remember in one of his stand-ups, and I can't remember it well, so I'll not do it justice, but he tells an incredibly cryptic story about a pimp and a hooker, and he relates it to his situation where he went to Africa. And I can't remember it because it's a few years ago since I watched it, but it's the one where he sat down and because he did like these specials where he got like $60 million for like 3, and then eventually I think he did 6 Netflix specials or whatever. But one of them is quite an intimate show, and he tells this story about the hooker and the pimp, and he's talking about himself, and it's like I said, it's very cryptic, and I can't do it justice. I can't remember the story, but I just remember thinking, "Oh shit!" when I watched it. So
yeah, that Dave Chappelle one is very interesting. I have a friend who's convinced it can't be him. It's not even him, of course. I mean, I think there's possibly truth to that. Well, I found some transitional ones where he wasn't quite as buff, and I'm not completely convinced, but I think that there's probably a good chance that there was an actor that came in and started playing him, because the voice is different, the top of the head's different. Bokeem Woodbine is a possible actor that could be playing him, because I thought he was actually Dave Chappelle in that Fargo series at first. He sounded so much like him and looked like him, but they would have had to do some things with his teeth and stuff. And I mean, they can do anything they want now. They can have a mask that perfectly matches someone's face now. So who knows?
Well, very you can't teach is the 10,000 hours. They say it takes 10 years to become a good stand-up. I mean, Eddie Murphy fucking, I don't know, he's like a phenom. But maybe, well, it's weird with Eddie Murphy because you don't see him now. I don't think he'd probably, that's the thing, you've got to keep doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it. Traditionally, it takes 10 years to become a good stand-up. And
well, a lot of people say he's not nearly as funny.
Well, I think it's Dave, and I think it's Paul. So
yeah, well, I mean, who cares? I mean, it's interesting. I mean, they do a really good job on both of the, in both ways. If it is a replacement, it's amazing.
Oh yeah,
it's an amazing feat. Yeah,
I'd have to say that. This is what I said to Loggy. I said, look, if he's replaced, fine. You know what I mean? I'm like, what a fucking incredible thing that is, because he's captured the fucking essence of the man. He's captured his essence. So, yeah. And like I say, the voice, everything. It's like. And
did you see the one? Did you see the pictures I put in there of Sid and Nancy? I mean, you're familiar with Sid and Nancy, of course, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
That's an interesting. Bette Midler is married to a guy named Martin Van Hasselberg. Anyway, that seems to be Sid and Nancy, actually, in my opinion.
That Tom Cruise picture's wild. I seen that the other day. That is wild.
Who?
Which one's real?
Yeah, exactly. I'd say the middle one's real.
Tom Cruise.
I think you're right.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, there was a complete change in his face and everything.
What is that supposed to be, Essie?
Those are his stunt doubles.
Oh, are they?
I think so. Yeah. When I saw it, I did a double take. I couldn't believe it.
And which one's like? Do they tell? Does this picture say which one's the real one?
The one in the middle is the real one.
No, it's not.
No, I'd say the one on the right.
The one on the left.
Right. Yeah. Oh, hang on a minute. Wait a minute.
It's the one.
Wait a minute.
No, I think maybe none of these guys are Tom Cruise.
Yeah. Now I clicked on it. I'm unsure. I'm gonna have to get a closer look here.
I'd say these are all just the doubles.
They all certainly don't look like him to me, but
it's
yeah, you're right.
Very
the
clearly,
middle one looks nothing like him now. I've zoomed in on it.
Kosho, go ahead. What's your opinion?
Yeah, I'm going with none of them.
Yeah, I'd say none of them too.
Look for Michael Check. Look for Mike Check in the house. I don't know if you can hear me before.
Yeah, you go ahead.
It's clearly the one on the left You got eyes
Yeah.
to see and ears to hear, or whatever the hell they say. It's the one on the left.
Yeah,
we're kind of saying none of them, Kosho. We think they're all doubles.
I know that. Hence
okay.
the reason I'm speaking up.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if you heard us because you dropped and came back.
I can hear.
Yeah, I've been zoomed in. I think it is the one on the left. But it just shows you how
I
easy
remember
it is.
correctly, it's the one in the middle. I'm not sure. I'm
It's
pretty.
definitely not either
Really?
of the two on the right side. It's certainly not them. Without a shadow of a
But
doubt.
this just shows you how easy it is to not know, right?
Exactly.
Well, this
I'm
I
not
don't
in
know.
that.
This website says that this is AI generated and they're all fake.
There you go. That's the other thing, the deep fake stuff. We can never know about anybody anymore.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
says this. What I'm finding is that these are This is AI generated, but I only found that on one site. So these are like fact check sites or whatever. I just typed in Tom Cruise doubles, and then this picture came up, and then I'm just looking at the first couple things.
Well, that's why guys. Give me 45 seconds, as my girlfriend allows, for me to have sex.
He's allowing you 40 seconds? No way.
That's about it. Yeah. Let me.
Yeah, this says it's AI.
This
This all says it's AI.
Really, it's AI? Wow.
Well, I'm not saying these fact check things are right, but that's what they're saying. Yeah.
1,000 Frenchmen can't be wrong, right?
Eyebrows are
Or whatever the saying is.
I mean, to me, they all look. That was what I said, is that none of them were real. That was my.
Yeah, it seems off on a little bit on all of them.
Yeah.
I'll cut my cock off if the one on the left is not the real Tom Cruise.
Kosho,
Really?
You already did
Let's
that
make
once.
sure we find out the truth about this one.
You already did that once. We're not doing it again.
Well, so
Don't do it. Don't take off anymore.
Yeah, you know, the Earth is. We already know the Earth is flat, so you should have no cock by now.
It might be your birthday every day, but yeah, don't do that.
Center one looks pretty
I
good.
think they were stunt doubles from the recent movie that he just did.
Maybe.
Yeah, two of them are.
Mission Impossible.
Stunt doubles.
Wait, post the
Two of them
website you're
certainly are
looking at,
stunt
Gio,
doubles.
that says that they're all AI. Did you have a site that said that you found
Yeah,
for this picture?
I'll post it.
When you open in browser so you can zoom in and have a look, a closer look, there's something off about all of them.
I mean, this says, oh, geez, this thing keeps wanting to.
I got news.
It doesn't like my ad blocker. This is the Quint world. It says, is this image real? We find out that this is not a real photograph and is created using artificial intelligence tool Midjourney.
Midjourney can't make images like this.
I'll post this, but I warn you, if you have an ad blocker, that site's a nightmare because it kept flashing all this stuff and wants you to allow ads, and I don't know, it's kind of a mess. But that's where I saw that on.
Man, if that's AI, that's scary stuff.
It certainly isn't AI, dude.
Here's another
AI.
This is News Mobile. It says fact check viral image of Tom Cruise with identical stunt doubles is AI generated. So here's another one that's saying that.
They're all wrong.
Where's your info, Kosho, that you're betting your penis on? The confirmation that's the guy on the left.
Zanuck is my citation.
Oh, okay. You lost your dick a long time ago then.
Yes, sir.
Well, Gio, listen, this is what I'm going to say about the Paul McCartney thing, right? Think about what it does. He does several things, right? It's sensationalism for a start, right? People get involved. People are like, oh, I want to know more. Right? It's like a part of the algorithm of this fucking realm are the deceivers. Is they like to waste people's fucking time. I've noticed that. They like to get people involved. It's like your attention is the key. And they fucking always trying to, get your attention with one thing or another. It's like, it reminds me of World War II, where they say the suicide rate went down to nothing because people were just, they they wanted to see what was happening. They couldn't wait to see the headlines next day, you know? And it makes me think of stuff like that. And then also, there's a lot of money involved. There's a lot of books being sold. And so that just reminds me of all the bloody, you name it, dinosaurs or whatever it is. I just think there's so much money involved with that stuff. I think the last headline I saw about the Jurassic World and Park movies, it was like $8 billion, like budget, box office, so there's a lot of money to it as well. Who benefits? That's the way I see it.
Yeah, they don't care what you're saying about them as long as you're talking about them. So there's not really much you can do about it. It's not like you're going to go around and convince everybody this is the truth and everybody's on board with what you say, because they could just discredit you or put out a story that's different than yours. And I mean, getting everybody on the same page with, especially this kind of stuff.
Right, you've got to use your own discernment there, haven't you? You
Right.
feel that it's that tuning fork inside, and you think that's just it. And I'm sure it's that. Oh, maybe I'm wrong, but it hits that like that frequency, and you're like, that's the way I do it. And I don't know,
but I think we all have that, maybe consciously or subconsciously in different ways. And to me, that's like, we all have our own unique ability to, like the way you're talking about, like a tuning fork. And I would never assume that my tuning fork has to be someone else's reality, or like to force it or push it upon someone else, because I know that they have their own tuning fork and their own discernment and their own way of going about it all, So that's why, to me, I'm not really interested in like trying to convince someone. I'm more just interested in what the truth is. And because, I feel the same way about myself, that I have my own like intuition kind of tuning fork when it comes to these things. Because some of these things, like, when we can't get physical proof of it, it really is only kind of just sort of like it's just like an inquiry into something that we really can't prove. But it is interesting to try to decipher the truth, from afar, as it were.
Yeah. And then there's people that, that it gets frustrating, I guess, sometimes, especially with like the more important seeming things that people don't want to know. They'd rather not know, which is fine too. I mean, everyone has their own, threshold. But if it seems like, something that's more significant for everyone to not be deceived by, then it gets frustrating. But with this kind of stuff, if you'd rather believe, it's the original Paul, St. Paul as it ever was, that's fine,
Well, there's also these claims that in the music industry that a lot of there's like that the people in the Who, for example, and other bands like of that time, and that like they all know that Paul was replaced and stuff. So it is interesting that like, if it's true, there may be a lot in Hollywood that actually know it. And so from us, from the outside, that are not like in any of their clubs or groups or whatever, we can only look from afar. But I kind of find it fun, almost like being like a detective or like a treasure hunt. You know what I mean? Like, can I figure this out? Like people are claiming this and that.
Yeah,
saying,
exactly.
I mean, for example, there is so much information on Paul McCartney being replaced. It is deep. People have done probably hundreds, if not thousands of hours of podcasts and presentations and all kinds of stuff. But I mean, try to find anything that the singer of Metallica was replaced. You'll probably find nothing. Now look into Avril Lavigne being replaced. You're going to find tons of stuff. You know what I mean? So it is pretty interesting just to see, like, where there's all this information and energy.
Yeah, it is interesting. It's a little lighter conspiracy type stuff that people don't have to feel threatened by.
Yeah, but people do get activated about the Paul McCartney one, because the idea that, I mean, maybe it's not as big as 9/11 and all that, of course, but the idea that they can just trick us to that extent, that they, like, for example, my mom loves the Beatles. She always has. When I've told her about the Paul McCartney thing, she's just like, no way, no, absolutely not. That's my Paul, And that's what's kind of like on a conspiracy level. It's like, can they do that? Can they literally replace a guy and then trick the whole world into thinking that it's the same guy? Like that's a pretty big deal.
Especially if there's money involved, right? If they don't want to lose the I mean, if it's a product, and that's the other thing. It actually is a little bit more on a serious level with some of this stuff. When you listen to what I've listened to a lot of what Mike Williams is saying in the past, and then recently he's done a few good ones where he's talking about the social engineering that goes along with that, and the Tavistock, and that that's a big part of it. And it's not necessarily like their music's getting you to worship the devil or anything, but there's backmasking that goes on, and you never know how much that's getting into your subconscious, consciousness, and then your just the maybe the drug scene and some of the stuff that they've influenced there. Whether it be for good or for bad. I think they don't always do things for all nefarious reasons, even though there's some very nefarious things that seem to have come about that we should worry about or should avoid or whatever.
It
They
also
just want to
kind of
control
fits
everything.
into that category. To me, it fits into that category of like the actor-nauts, like the astronauts that are actors as well. It's just this whole kind of facade of what we think is real from the media that we're sold. They're in space and they're real astronauts. Oh, this is the original Paul McCartney. They're different categories, but I think there's some similarities. Like are we worshiping astronauts that are not really astronauts? Are we worshiping a Paul McCartney that isn't even the original guy? So I think depending on which one, how one views these things, but let's just say both those things I said are true or one or the other are true. Either way, you could even make an argument that they kind of want us to worship these figures that they can manipulate and kind of control our thoughts about and kind of get us to, it's the same. It's like Duper's Delight, where when they can trick you and make you think someone is someone else or run a certain narrative, things like this, then it's just another form of control.
Oh yeah, and then the ultimate control is they can tell you the truth and still nobody gets it. They can tell you the truth at the same time, right? Like tell you the lie and the truth. I mean, it's the art of subterfuge. I think they pride themselves on this, in fact. All right. Like they tell you 90% truth and then 10%, bullshit, like Alex Jones or whatever. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just thinking. I was just watching that. It was difficult for me to try and because my brother kept talking about how they definitely didn't write all those early songs. Because I like those. Thinking about Beatles fans, normally they would say that they like the later music because it's more in depth. There's more substance to it, right? But I really like the old tunes. I just, for instance,
yeah, maybe they wrote the earlier ones, but not the later ones. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'll get to it in a minute, Dave. Hang on. So basically, like "Please Me," for instance, I always liked that song, and apparently John wrote it because he liked, Roy Orbison. Roy Orbison, that he liked the double use of the "Please Me." Oh yeah, and it's one of the best pop records there is, as far as I'm concerned. And I always liked the early songs, so it was very difficult for me to then start to try and unpack the fact that they might not have written any of them. And I was sat watching the Ed Sullivan performance of Help, and the lyrics are, "When I was younger, so much younger than today, I never needed anybody's help in any way. And now those days are gone." And I'm thinking to myself, oh shit, this sounds like it's written by an older fella, like a 50-year-old, basically. John's like 20.
Yeah, that is interesting.
John's in his
that is pretty advanced for their age. You're right at the time.
Well, the lyrics themselves. I mean, John's in his early 20s or something like that.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And he's
there's the idea. Go ahead. Well, I was gonna say there's the idea that whole Beatles was put together by this Tavistock.
Yeah.
So
that seems to be the case, in my opinion. I don't know from the very start or not. Maybe they were talented.
I think the
fact they reached such stardom, the fact they were so huge, it's worth considering that was somehow controlled or orchestrated.
Right. It's called the British invasion, and we needed a lift after the fake killing of JFK.
Yeah, killing the king.
Yeah. The end of Camelot.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was difficult for me to because especially when you're a fan, because then you've got a bias towards it, haven't you? You've got like a predisposition towards it. So I had to really sort of unpack the sort of bias and sort of go, no, I've got to really look at this objectively, you know. And yeah, I do feel the conclusion I've come to is that they would have had an idea for a song that, whichever it was, say John for Help, because as he says in an interview, I was singing Help because they were in a bit of a turmoil sort of place. That's that he calls himself in interviews is Elvis period, because he was quite fat in that period of time, and he says, like, I was singing Help, for God's sake. And so my feelings are that they would have had an initial idea, they would have had a tune, they would have then corresponded with perhaps studio musicians and George Martin. George Martin would have wrote the music. So that's my feelings on it. In other words, they did write the songs, I feel, but they just had some help, you know.
Well,
Pardon the
You
pun.
know that.
I mean, whatever
Sorry,
one's.
sorry.
Oh, you're gonna go, or should I go?
I got a quick fact, Gio. I got a quick fact, not a big point. I was gonna say that yesterday, written by Paul McCartney.
Wait, before you say that, let him follow up.
Hold on, he wrote the
okay.
tune. He wrote the tune as like I think called it like Running Eggs. It said Running Eggs, but he wrote the tune without any lyrics or whatever. And so he wrote a lot of like the music like that. Like he just write the tune and then later develop into a song. But go ahead, Gio. Sorry about that.
Well, one sec. You know what's interesting about that is that he woke up with that in his head, and this is interesting because I often think of divine inspiration. Sorry to take the conversation. I don't want to upset anybody, tread anybody's toes, but I often think of like, to me, the Bible is written by the creation, not the creator, the creation. But I don't want to upset anyone with that. But anyway, the point is that then I have to start to think about divine inspiration and what that exactly is. And that's kind of an interesting topic in itself, because someone who's on a hill painting a picture of a beautiful vista, how is that not divine inspiration? Of course it is. So anyway, this song, Paul McCartney woke up with this song in his head, right? And he was convinced it was somebody else's song. He heard it from someone. That's why he was in his head. He was like, oh. And so he started playing it for all his friends, because he was like, what is this song? Because, you know, it was like that. And then, yeah, like Dave said, he just had that tune, and he was like, well, he was shipping it around to all his friends saying, what is this? I've heard that, you know what I mean? I'm sure I've heard this. So that's a weird thing, isn't it, in itself, when you start thinking of what, you know, getting in touch with the universe or whatever you want to call it. So, yeah, that's an interesting topic, that, the whole divine inspiration thing. Sorry, Gio. I went on a bit there.
Yeah, is it something speaking through you? Is it like the intelligence of the whole that somehow is coming through you? Or that reminds me of the movie they made, actually, which is a cool take on this whole thing with the Beatles. That the guy that Mandela Effect movie where the Beatles never existed, but this one guy remembers them and he knows all the songs, and so he becomes famous singing Beatles songs.
I got you. I told Gio, when me and Gio talked the same time, I said, I got something quick to say. As I said quickly, but then you gotta let him speak.
Oh, no, it's all good. No, that's cool. I mean, yes, no, it's cool. Sometimes
Do you remember what you were going to add?
I'm always fine to back off and just jump in when I can. But
it's fucked up, Gio.
Well, I'm supposed to just barrel through. I'm not going to barrel through. Okay, I think the original thing I was going to say was more just a general comment, which is just because we were kind of talking about, you know, I guess just what I was going to say is just more of a general comment before, which is just that I'm just thinking of the kind of control system. You know, the Titanic sunk, the Federal Reserve was established a year later, World War I, Einstein and everything they did in the 1920s, the Great Depression, World War II. And then coming out of World War II, it seemed like there was a certain control that was established. And then they were able to, the United Nations and NASA and all these things in the 50s and then into the 60s. And I was just going to kind of make a general statement to say that when you're, up now in the 60s, when music was starting to really get more popular, where it could sway people's minds and sway their thoughts, and it became much more of a just with media spreading and television and all of that, it became much more of like a tool that they could use to control people in various ways. So I guess I just was going to throw out the idea, like in the idea that there is a controlling faction of sorts, within Hollywood and within the music industry, how much control would they want to have? Would they just sit back and say, oh, let's just let it be totally organic and just let the best talents rise to the top and just be legit? Or are we going to control this thing just like they do world wars and the media and the news? And so I was just going to make that general statement. So when it comes to, whether some of these people are replaced or these different, actors and these different individuals, I mean, I would like to think it's all just organic and totally natural. And the Beatles are just this natural talent. And, but I think with a band that big and that, instrumental, especially with the kind of way that they influence people, I was just gonna make that general statement. Like, to what level would they want to control it? 0% or 100% or 50%, and then you get into the music industry now, and it's like even more so, I would say. I mean, it's just gone haywire, especially in the 80s, 90s, and up until today, in terms of all the predictive programming and the kind of controlling narratives.
I couldn't agree more. Let me just say that because of what I said before, that I do feel like the Bible on some level is divinely inspired, just because I didn't want to upset people, because I know people like that. That is an amazing book. But anyway, just in case, I didn't want anybody to think I was just disrespecting it, because people get a bit triggered. But yeah, I completely agree. He would want to control it 100%, of course. But this is why I think John would kill, personally, because he, as I said before, he would have had a lot of issues for reasons already said, and this is why he couldn't be controlled. You've heard that interview where he's calling these people out. He's saying they're all fucking maniacs. You must have seen that, Gio.
But see, that's the thing, that they even control that, right? Because they needed, in fact, the Beatles in the social engineering were that from the start. They were mocking the media, mocking Jesus, and it created the subculture of people that were controlled in that they were being influenced to be against the powers that be. And then you control the opposition that way, because you have the two sides, and you have the friction, and you have the mass movements, and the culture that goes with it, that then you can get people to drop out and tune out, or tune in to whatever they decide is important for that other side to start grasping onto.
Hold on though, new perspective. Hold on for a second, because they weren't doing that until it was already established that it was cool to be doing that. They changed tune from 63 to 69 to the 70s and shit like that. They weren't doing that to the late 60s when everybody else was doing that. So I don't think they were the anti-religion and hippie type stuff. They weren't doing that in the beginning, dude. They were not doing that. So it's not
I didn't say they were.
I know, but it's not like they were the ones who like made that cool. That had become cool, and then they had started doing that. You know what I mean? So
I'm not trying to say they were the first ones to do it. I'm just saying that was part of their influence, was, and a lot of these things, it's not like it's a threat to the system. It's just a way of manipulating cultures.
Yeah, but they were doing it while everyone else was already doing it. So like, I don't know.
Why was everybody else already doing it at that time?
60s, dude. I mean, there was the counterculture whole thing.
Dave, like I said, this is one of the good reasons that I don't believe the whole thing, the Paul thing. This song right here, it makes no sense whatsoever. They'd sing, this is a scathing attack against Paul. The whole song from start to finish.
How do you sleep? How do you sleep? Right? Is that the song you're
Yes.
posting?
It's
Yeah.
a fucking scathing attack against his old friend, right?
Yeah.
If
That
this,
could be
if
part
this,
of the narrative too, though.
no. If this is a guy who's just some dude who's like got no, you know, he's just like, oh, he's a replacement. So essentially, John doesn't know him. They have no relationship, right? You understand what I'm saying to you? This song is a scathing attack from start to finish. If you listen to it, and it makes no sense.
I know.
They'd be
I know.
singing that song to some rando, to some person that he hasn't got a relationship to. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I look at this. This is the actor that was playing John Lennon when they supposedly killed him. I just posted it. That's not John Lennon, but that's the actor that played John Lennon
The actor who played him
Who's
in
the
what?
biggest
towards the end. My opinion.
on Saturday Night Live?
I mean, I don't know. Like I say, we're going to end up in a place where flat earthers, a lot of us end up in, which is one team thinks the other's stupid and the other thinks the other's gullible.
I don't think you're stupid. I don't think you're stupid whatsoever.
I'm just saying that I don't want to end up in that place. It's ridiculous. I'm just saying that they put a lot of these things out there for a good reason, and people latch onto it, and they go, "No, this is how it is. This is how it must be." And it's like,
Right.
chill.
I agree, though. You're right, though.
About-
That song does seem like he's like talking about how do you sleep at night, you know, being the, but like then it's like then you'd have to think of it as Paul's just like this Paul came in and it was his decision to replace Paul instead of the powers that be. So why would he be going after his old friend, right? This replacement guy as if he's like the replacement guy is all his doing. That makes no sense either.
No, I'm saying
Yeah, that's right.
saying the song is a personal song. If you listen to the song from start to finish, it is a scathing attack from start to finish.
Oh wait, yeah. Okay, so no, this is the other thing. Okay, then I thought. Okay, so I misinterpreted. All right, I not misinterpreted, but what you were saying, I misinterpreted because I thought the song was about the replacement Paul. Like, how do you sleep? It's like the only thing you ever did was yesterday, right?
Yeah.
And so you could interpret that whole song as like a way of him going after the guy that replaced Paul rather than the original Paul.
Yeah, no, I mean, the thing is, when you think of blokes, especially in them days, you know, you'd have banter and you'd have, you know, you'd take piss out of each other and you'd, you know, have backhanders to the balls. That's you know, dudes are, right? And like I said, this song is like a fucking gut punch. This is a fucking punch to gut, the whole thing. But it's like it's more than that because it's him fucking kicking the shit out of him. Like I said, it's a scathing attack from start to finish.
Is he so bad at so if it's let's say it's the original Paul and John's writing that song about the original Paul, nobody was replaced. Why would he be so mad at Paul again?
Well, because they were like a married couple, like I said, they'd been divorced.
Falling out.
They were a rough divorce, and very much like the Rolling Stones with Keith and Mick. They fucking hate each other, but they still go out and they do the tours. They just don't go to the venue together or leave together or talk to each other while they're there. They absolutely hate each other, and that's what happened with John and Paul. Because as I said before,
was there like some reason though besides the whole maybe Yoko
there were
thing
lots.
or whatever?
There were lots of reasons, but one of the main reasons was that once Brian Epstein died, because he sort of like he was like the controller. He was Jewish. He was rubbing his hands together. Sorry everybody. Sorry, Kosher. The thing is, I'm joking, obviously. Kind of.
Okay.
Paul wanted to go with Linda's dad, and he wanted, say, 10%, which was a lot. I think he wanted something like that. But the rest of the Beatles, for whatever reason, wanted to go with the Rolling Stones manager, who at the time was this guy, slimy guy called Alan Klein, and he wanted 15%. And on the the big documentary that they did, but you see Paul there saying 15% of what, the Beatles? You know what I mean? When he's talking to cameras, if say this is why he were like, no way, no chance, we're not doing that. And so you know, they always said when they did when they did a thing, they had like they'd all have to sort of agree to it, right? Because when one of them did something, all four of them got flagged for it, sort of thing. So, like I said, you just watch the song and think about it in
No,
context.
I've listened to it, and I'll have to listen to it about like with a different context of maybe or the idea that it would be the original Paul being called out by the original John, which I don't think either of them are at that point. But
if he's singing, if that's what I'm saying though, if he's singing it to a rando, just some replacement, it makes no sense. The song makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, no, but New Perspective is not even saying that it's him. He's saying they're both replacements. It sounds like.
Yeah, I'm saying it's all a story. Like the whole that narrative that you just explained might have been part of the narrative that they fit in for you to believe that there's no way he's replaced.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's saying.
Can I say something? Yeah, Paul's rebuttal to that song was, "You missed your lucky break." I think it's off of Ram. They were going back and forth at each other, John and Paul, in their songs.
Yeah,
makes for good media, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
so
Luke
maybe it
Martin
wasn't
were
real, right?
Nuts too.
I mean, the dispute, right? If they were just friends, and there was nothing like there's no conflict, and people wouldn't tune in to see the story about like why they're going back and forth with these songs and stuff, you know?
Yeah. Why did Van Halen break up? Why did Van Halen, the guitar player, who the band was named after, and David Lee Roth, who was the front man, who everybody saw, why did they have a disagreement? Probably the same reason John and Paul had a disagreement. Probably the same reason Mick Jagger and Keith Richards had a disagreement.
Yeah, well, the story
it's the same story over and over again. It's not like surprising.
But to have a disagreement is one thing. To ask somebody how do they sleep means it would be something like really bad that they did, like something that they couldn't even sleep. You know, a disagreement, a dispute. You know, maybe some business conflicts. That doesn't really maybe warrant what like that song is pretty harsh, right? That's why I was asking. Is there something specific that he did that would be so unforgivable that song would be warranted?
Yeah, listen. When he says in the song, "Those freaks were right when they said you were dead," that to like a conspiracy, like to you, me perhaps. And again, I don't want to be horrible, but
it discredits the whole idea that he died. Then, right?
No, well, to somebody who's like a bit, you know, who's predisposed, who's you know, like who wants it to be true so bad. Yes, I could definitely see why they'd go, oh yeah, see, you just said it. But when you look at in reality of how boys are, especially these lads, especially from this era, where they'd just be like I said, banter, you know, they'd be like little knuckled to fucking balls. That were like the ultimate backhander to the balls to say those freaks were right to say you were dead. Why would he say that to the replacement?
Well, I'm not saying it was to the replacement. It was a replacement to the replacement.
Dave, think about it. Why would he say it to the replacement?
It was all written for the narrative that we're talking about right now, possibly.
No, dude. When John left and he was writing his own songs, they were all very, very personal. You can listen if you listen to John's songs when he left and he was just doing his own thing. They were all incredibly personal. All you know, he mentions Sean, he mentions all his kids in his songs. They're all very personal songs. So
I kind of specialize in photo analysis. I do a lot of picture comparisons of these characters, and I did a deep dive on the whole Paul is dead thing. I don't think he's dead. If I had to bet all my money, I would say he is John Halliday, still living in Liverpool, and John Lennon is Colin Unwin. That's the best I can do so far. Maybe there's more information that I don't have, but that's if I had to bet all my money, that's where I'd put it.
Oh, fair enough. I think it's just what you. I think this is the one thing I think that I'd be like, no, it's just Paul. I just think there's too many things. There's too many things they'd have to do. Think about it. They'd have to get somebody, like I said, sings the same, talks the same. I mean, the looks. Maybe they could do something about the looks. Some some surgery of some kind. I give you that, but I don't know. I mean, the theory was that they had. This is where the Billy and the Pepper Pots thing comes from, isn't it? Because they said they had like lookalike contests. They had like
did.
what the tribute bands. This is like the whole theory that, you know, like I said, I've heard all the information. I've seen the forensics Italian guy that they got in to match the faces, and I've seen the pictures where he's supposedly 5 inches taller and all this lot, and it's like, ugh.
Well,
I still say it's Paul.
The theory is that it's Billy Shears, and if it was Billy Shears, he might have been more talented than Paul, because after Paul either died or left the band, the writing got even better.
Yeah,
So
it was like
that theory of it.
Studio musician with real compositional talent.
And he actually taught them all how to play piano, because if it is Billy Shears and he played piano, that opened up a whole new avenue for the Beatles to explore and do writing.
Well, what's interesting is that this is why I said that Paul always led the music. And if you watch those old Ed Sullivan, which are hard to find, that's why I love that little disc I've got that's got all of them on. Don't ask me where I got it from, but you'll probably find little clips on YouTube, just a few seconds here and there, or maybe even one song. But I've got an hour of songs off Ed Sullivan. They do them in New York and LA, and yeah, it's really good because you actually see them all playing together, and they were a pretty good band because, you know, they had the 10,000 hours because they went to Germany and they played a lot together. And I forget the point I was trying to make, but it'll come to me.
Yeah, during that time, Paul never even had to look at his bass, and there was a theory that the new Paul, he always looked down at the notes he was playing.
Yeah,
but if the theory is true, though, they got their 10,000 hours and they played them songs so many times.
Yeah,
he probably wouldn't even have to look at his bass to know where he was going in them songs. You know
that's
what I
the
mean?
point I was going to make. They had the piano in the room where he grew up. His dad were a musician, an amateur, and well, he tried to go professional with it. And if you watch the anthology and all that sort of stuff, he showed you how, because he wanted to. His dad got him a trumpet when he was really, really young, and he loved it. He loved playing it, but he realised he couldn't sing with it in his mouth, so that's why he went and swapped it for a guitar. But he had piano lessons very, very young, and he was clearly the most talented musically out of the lot of them, and so that's why he led musically, and he wanted them to be tight, you know. So when you watch them, the Ed Sullivan performances, and you keep your eye on Paul, he's the one that counts them all in. He's the one every time that's leading the music. And you know, Gio made a comment that, before he wasn't really the leader of the band, and then after suddenly he was the leader. No. He were always they were always trying to push him to front, but he always wanted to give John his due because John started the Quarrymen, you know. So there's a rational explanation when you look at it and you unpack it. There really is, and you've got to ask yourself what you're saying. You're saying they found the fucking Da Vinci of music, and not only that, he sounded just like him. He looked just like him. He handed. He could play a right-handed guitar upside down. See, that's where my brother would come in and say, well, you know, if he were a really good, talented musician, he could learn all that stuff anyway. He could learn.
Did you see the Get Back tapes on Netflix?
I did, yeah.
The 3-part series. But in that whole thing, Paul was so frustrated because they just didn't want to work, and he wanted to work. He had so many songs that he wanted to get done, and even George was getting frustrated because he wanted to get his songs out.
Yeah, John was
constantly waiting. They were constantly waiting for John to show up with Yoko.
Yeah, he just wanted to get married. He just wanted to have a family. He didn't want to do it anymore.
Sounds like Axl Rose. Sounds like David Lee Roth. Sounds like Ginger Spice. Yeah,
Well, I got a theory about David Lee Roth and Eddie Van Halen. Eddie
that?
had so much material, like build up, that he wanted to write all original songs. And if you listen to any of the demo tapes, the early days of Van Halen, the lyrics ain't complete. And David Lee Roth is a great lyricist, but I think he's a lazy lyricist, and he just didn't want to put the work in to write all the words to Eddie's music. He wanted to do covers because it was an easier way out, and Eddie wasn't having it.
Yeah, there's evidence of that because when they broke up, he did a lot of covers, right?
He did like 4 covers on his first album.
Anyways, I'm not trying to naysay anybody's stuff, but it makes sense what this fella's saying, what Andy's saying, what I'm saying, what I'm thinking. It seems natural to me the way things kind of went about. It seems weird to me that they would go through all this trouble to fake all these dudes, like fake them basically. Like Paul McCartney's still faking to this day, I guess, just to break the band up. Why not break the band up? Why didn't they just keep the band going? Why would they do all that?
Because they weren't as talented. They didn't. I mean, if they didn't write their own songs, I mean, if you listen to some of Mike Williams' analysis of the amount of time they had to put these albums together, especially Revolver, and knowing the music business and knowing what it takes to put several hit songs on one album and have it be in production within the time that they had. He breaks it down and he says, "There's just no way." I mean, think about it. Every Beatles song was a hit. Pretty much every single thing they did.
Yeah, I love it. I do. You know what I heard? Somebody said that
just them. It was just 4 dudes, and it happens to be 2 guys that are that brilliant. That's awesome. I would love to believe that, but I just don't.
I wouldn't call the songs brilliant. I tell you the truth. I mean, the songs that Ringo Starr sang were shit, but I like them still. Paul McCartney's, they were very commercial, and that's why people love them. John's were creative and a little different. That's cool. My favorite songs are the George Harrison songs, to be honest with you. But even still, all those are all 4 different types of songs, and I don't think really there's I don't think there's that much brilliance involved. I think that it was very successful.
Well, one of the things that really convinced me at first was the eye color. I mean, John, the Paul McCartney we know now has blue eyes, and the original Paul had brown eyes.
I thought his eyes were brown.
No, the Paul McCartney we know now, or the one that they're using most recently or relatively recently, that's bright blue eyes.
Bright blue eyes?
I like to say, I watched an interview pre his supposed death and post his death, and that is the same person, Dave. I'm telling you, that's the same person. So,
but you can tell me that, but I mean, I don't know. You've done the research I have, so I wouldn't believe.
Well, I mean, I've looked into it, dude. I've looked into it, and I've not seen anything.
I know.
Come.
I think you want to believe.
No,
I think you want to believe. That's my opinion so far.
You don't want to believe that.
No, I'd love to believe that you're right. I really would. It's kind of like flat Earth in that way.
Exactly. It's the people you're listening to. You're saying this guy, he breaks it down so well. He just said, "Is he selling books?"
That would be awesome if it was. Maybe I am wrong.
Is he selling books? This guy who you're talking about? Yes.
Mike Williams.
Yeah.
Mike Williams. Yeah, the whole thing. I'm saying the whole thing is as partly commercialized for that reason, but it's
he's got dog in the race.
But the whole idea that Paul died is what I'd like to ask Mike Williams directly if he's looked at Colin Unwin and John Halliday, because that's the best I can find, looking really, really deep for many, many hours on this, comparing all the pictures. It's not the original Paul, but Paul didn't die, and they keep saying Paul died, and that's part of the narrative that he keeps saying. And I think that Paul never died, and that's part of the story we were given and part of the commercialization of the whole idea that he died. And the clues they put on their albums are right there. I mean, there's so many things. They were using the idea that Paul died, regardless if he died or not. But I think the whole thing is that he didn't die. He's still living in Liverpool, the original guy. But it doesn't matter because like the guy that replaced him was a really awesome musician, and maybe he wrote some of the songs. Who knows? But it's the Paul. Why does it?
He
Why
weren't
does
just
any of it
awesome.
matter? You know?
He were fucking
What are
like
you
the Da
saying,
Vinci. He was like the Da Vinci of fucking music. He weren't just awesome. I mean,
Yeah,
this guy was I mean, I don't
brilliant.
know. Maybe he weren't
That's
even
not
Maybe
true.
human,
not as
Dave.
brilliant as the original
Maybe
Paul.
we're an
Maybe the
alien.
original Paul wasn't that good.
Maybe you're an alien, Dave.
The Da
Oh, wait.
Vinci of music.
You know, my thing is, how come Paul hasn't wrote a prolific song in the last 10 years?
Yeah, that's
I
true.
mean, if you're that talented as a songwriter, you should always be able to pound out a hit, at least one an album.
Well, let's look at it this
Dude,
way. He hadn't wrote a good song since he didn't write a good song in Wings, as far as I'm concerned. So he never wrote a decent song away from John. That is fucking suspicious. If you're going to point at something, Dave, I'd say that.
Yeah, but he writes
There's some really
commercially
good
successful
Wings
songs.
There's some
He
really
writes
good.
No, I know
com-
they're commercially successful, Kosho, but come on. I mean, he's not wrote anything like he did in Beatles, like Yesterday.
It's not that great.
What?
That's a commercially successful tune, and that's all that.
Kosho,
Like,
wash your mouth
he's great
out.
at writing melodies like that.
Did you just say Yesterday is not that great?
It's not what you're saying. He's the Da Vinci of music. If you say that, I have to say it's not that great. But it's
Dude,
I love the
Yesterday is one of the
songs.
best songs ever written. And that's
It's
subjective.
crazy. It's just crazy. That's
So
what
is
I'm saying.
Blackbird.
That's crazy. Blackbird's good, but it's still not that great.
I mean, this is the thing I used to say to Sean when he used to try and wind me up, like, because he was a Rolling Stones fan. I used to say, look, in this band, you've got three people who wrote three best songs, in my opinion, in the world, which is John Lennon, Imagine, George Harrison, Something, and Paul McCartney, Yesterday. Name me another band where they've got three fucking legends who wrote three of the best songs in the world.
The Beatles are
But
always praised, right, as like the best music ever written, right, by white people. But personally, I don't think the Beatles are that good. Like I have like two songs that I like, and that's it. But like they're compared to Pink Floyd a lot, right? And Pink Floyd, bro, I don't know. I prefer Pink Floyd over the Beatles any day.
Well, the Beatles are more prolific, they're more commercially successful, and that's because of Paul. I do also like Pink Floyd very much. The Beatles were very successful, but they had four great musicians. Well, they had three great musicians, and a semi-talented musician. But that's kind of what they have. Like Blink-182, they have three members, but the drummer's great, and the two, I guess one's a bass player, but they both sing different songs, and so it's like, you have a lot of place to get to develop the music from. That's where their success comes from. Is the amount of resource they have. But like I said, the Beatles, I like a lot of their songs, but none of them would make me say they're like Da Vinci of music or that one of the greatest songs ever. None of the songs are some of the greatest songs ever. I don't know. I don't think that.
Yeah.
I would
It
listen
was
to
a
them
boy
forever.
band.
I guess
It was
it's
a boy band that the girls went crazy after. Like,
yeah, it's somewhat subjective, and I agree. He's not lying. Pink Floyd, dude. Oh my god, Division Bell, fucking hell.
Oh,
That
did
is
you see recently the Roger Waters concert that he did? That
yeah. Oh,
he
I
did
love Roger
isn't
Waters.
that great? Did you see his
So
recent
good.
concert?
Yeah, man.
His most recent one, where he had like
I got a little theory about Sid Barrett. My theory is that because Roger Waters was visiting him during their break when they were writing Dark Side of the Moon, and I think that Sid Barrett had major influence on Dark Side of the Moon. The song Eclipse, they're all, there's a couple of them on there, Money, Time, they're all Sid Barrett's writing style. And I think that he gave him some lyrics and some rhythms, and Roger Waters ran with it.
makes sense, dude.
Yeah, I definitely. I seen a cover band in concert in Jim Thorpe at the Opera House, and I just got a revelation that Syd Barrett was all over Dark Side of the Moon. Because that was like their really breakout album, and they were not that good songwriters before that.
That's what happens in music, dude. You have like dudes who that's what scouts look for. They look for dudes who got great talent, they got great appeal, and then they attach them with a manager. And the manager is usually, the one who's in charge of gathering, the real talented writers, musical writers. Like Metallica is a great example because, they got picked up by what was that guy Bob Rock or whatever, and he's writing a lot of their shit, and it starts becoming real commercial. But I mean, nobody can be prolific forever. Same thing with Iron Maiden's one of my favorite bands, but when they replaced their frontman, what's his name, Brian, whatever, he was a music producer, and they're dishing out. They dish out so many. They have so many albums with so many hits on them, so many concerts and shit. It's because they have their attached to somebody who can write their music, write their lyrics, and produce songs, good hits.
You said Iron Maiden, don't you mean AC/DC? Talking about?
No, did I say Brian? Yeah, the Iron Maiden. Yeah.
Brian Johnson.
Brian Johnson is Iron Maiden, but who's the?
No, that's AC/DC.
Yeah, AC/DC. But who's the guy from Iron Maiden? What's his name again?
Talking about Ozzy?
Derek
No.
or the guy with a J.
Fucking
I'll have to look it up.
Bruce Dickinson, wasn't it?
Bruce Dickinson.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is.
That's
That's exactly what it is. But you know what's funny? That Saturday Night Live skit when they're doing Blue Oyster Cult, they're doing Don't Fear the Reaper, and it's Christopher Walken.
Cowbell.
Yeah, Cowbell.
Yeah.
Christopher Walken. They didn't know who to like. They're just making up names because one of the producers on the Blue Oyster that song was Bruce Dickinson, and so they used that name. When he comes into the fucking studio in that skit, they call him Bruce Dickinson. And they didn't do that on purpose for Iron Maiden. They did that because they looked at the song, they looked at who the producers were, and they just picked a random name. But Bruce Dickinson was a producer before, he was in Iron Maiden. Like he was already writing, part of writing songs and shit like that.
I got a funny Iron Maiden story. I was on the floor at the Spectrum in Philadelphia, and I got a free ticket. Really never was really into Iron Maiden. So I was rolling a joint. I was back when I was 20. And Bruce Dickinson looked right at me, and he said, "You don't have to get high to enjoy them." He was. I twisted up.
That's fucking awesome.
Fired it up and said, "Yes, I do." And then I fell asleep in the rafters.
I wouldn't tell that part of the story, but I'd be telling that story for the rest of my life, dude. That would make my life, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah, he looked right at me. It was crazy. I knew he was talking to me.
Scott Beach says he's been at 13 Iron Maiden concerts. I believe it, but that seems excessive.
I've seen Van Halen like 3 times. The first time I seen Van Halen was 1984. Eddie just blew me away, man. He was all over the place, running all over the stage, playing some of the hottest licks I've ever seen. I'm working on building a Frankenstein Telecaster.
Talking of Pink Floyd, Roger Waters and Dave Gilmour. That's another couple of people that fucking fell out, hated each other. They did get back together for, I can't even imagine that payday. They probably got $100 million or some shit. But, I'm trying to find something where I was watching Roger Waters quite recently, and he had like a message on the wall outside a concert, and it said something like, "If you don't like it when I talk about politics, go fuck yourself," or something like that.
Right? Yeah, that's good.
I just love it. I absolutely love Roger Waters, especially when he starts with his politics.
To bring it back a little bit, but think about what Peter said about Dave Van Halen on stage. Like he kicks ass. He's got a lot of talent. He kicks a lot of ass. I can imagine being at that show and thinking that. But when you have that and have somebody who's not really playing any instruments, just the front man, kind of gets a lot of the acclaim. You have to. I mean, you gotta understand. It's like there's a recipe for this sort of conflict. That's why it appears so much. So it just makes sense that it's also the same kind of conflict that the same brand of conflict that is with the Beatles. This is what it seems like to me. So. I can't believe you said that Paul McCartney was the Leonardo da Vinci of music. It's kind of...
Yeah, well, I mean, I was just trying to emphasize the point of who this replacement character would have had to have been. Like, I mean, he had to tick so many boxes. It just don't make any sense to. Oh, yeah, I mean, look, it's not out of the realms of the possibility. We're in a fucking strange realm, and there's grabblers they're playing games. So yeah, I get it. It's possible, but
yeah, grabblers rubbing their hands together, right?
Oh yeah, furiously.
No, but listen, what'd you say before that? What'd you say before that? God damn it, I forget. Oh no, right, no. Yeah, I agree though. I agree. I'm not knocking that he's a great music writer. Actually, my favorite musicians, even pop music, is the singer-songwriters. Like, the ones who write their own music and perform it. Like, more power to them. Paul McCartney's kind of that guy. He's a singer-songwriter. But having said that, I don't think he's the best. He's just good at it.
Oh, name one better.
Name one. Prince. I think Prince is better.
Oh yeah, Prince is pretty good. I wouldn't say. You know what I really like? I like Neil Finn. Neil Finn's awesome.
Who's that?
You don't know who Neil Finn is?
I don't know a lot of Neils. I know Neil Armstrong, Neil Diamond, I know a couple of Neils, but I don't know that one.
Crowded House. You're in a band called Crowded House. Australian.
That's a problem. Yeah, no, I don't.
Hey, he's a great songwriter.
Colin Hay's a great songwriter too. He's Australian. Men at Work. I mean, that song, "The Land Down Under." What was the name of the band?
Tell you somebody go. Paul Simon. Paul Simon.
This is gonna be controversial as fuck, but the best musicians that come out of Australia were the Wiggles. AC/DC second place.
Trying to think of somebody I'd put up with Paul McCartney, and so far I've got Paul Simon. Another Paul.
Dude, even that guy. Who's the guy now? There's a guy nowadays. The redheaded guy.
Sam, oh yeah.
Sam?
So yeah, I've never listened to any of his music. I don't do the new stuff.
Ed Sheeran.
Ed Sheeran, yeah.
Yeah, he's a great songwriter.
I don't listen to the new guys.
I would put him ahead of Paul McCartney by a little bit. Or neck and neck at least.
I mean, it's not out of the realms of possibility that, just like, say, Robbie Williams or somebody like that, or Elvis, never wrote 10 of his songs. It's not out of the realms of possibility that there's people behind the scenes who write songs, and that's how they prefer it, because they don't really want the limelight, and they don't, it is possible, I guess.
Lady Gaga is another example of somebody, like, at first, that's why she's wearing all that makeup and shit, and then she really liked being famous, and she's getting getting Emmy awards and shit like that for acting. But before all that, she was kind of hidden. I think she didn't want her face. You have to. Same thing with that Sia.
Mother, should I trust the government? No.
Somebody tried to tell me the other day that Dark Side of the Moon was written while watching was revised. Like they wrote the fucking album while watching was revised. No,
Yeah, I actually watched that where they matched it up on YouTube, and and there is a bit where it sort of matches up at the start, and you're like, "Oh, this is a bit weird," but that was about it. I imagine if you had acid, it'd all match up. Because everything would.
Somebody said earlier that there was band. I think Gio said that back in the day there was other bands or artists that also were suspicious of Paul McCartney. Whatever. That was back in the fucking late '60s or '70s, dude, when everyone was doing acid, and they're musicians. They're obviously all on drugs, man. So I'm sure a lot of people thought that, or at least,
The fact that you're agreeing, the fact that you're agreeing with me on this co-show is making me rethink my whole position. I've got to be honest.
Hey, touche.
Paul wrote 2 hits for Badfinger back in the '60s too, right? That's Oh no, like '68 and '69, right?
Is it Badfinger?
Ringo wrote a couple good songs in his solo years.
I've been watching lately Curb Your Enthusiasm clips co-show. I just love Larry David. I absolutely love him.
It's one of my favorite shows.
Yeah, I grew up with like Mel Brooks and like Gene Wilder, and so when I went down all them Jewish rabbit holes, God, that was terrible for me. But yeah, Owen Benjamin like brought me a lot of peace with that because he made me realize lots of different things. Like for instance, them reparations, they've got to keep coming, and so.
I knew you were Owen Benjamin fucker when you said fucking Bradwich. I should have fucking picked that up, dude.
Nobody brought.
Benjamin,
dude,
he's
listen.
a bit of a nutcase, dude.
Yeah, I know. I've stopped watching him a long time ago, but the point is, he helped me come to peace with a lot of that stuff. And so what I should have said is friend to the Jew, Owen Benjamin.
I think he pretends to be a friend to the Jew because of the business he was once a part of and maybe wants to be back a part of, maybe. But have you seen his breakdown of the Princess Bride?
It's so good.
I wish that was still online, dude. That was actually, it was funny, but it's so.
That is so good.
About Jews. It's the whole thing about Jews, but I love watching. That's one of my favorite movies, and he just like dissects it and that.
Did you see what that cloak was called?
I don't remember.
I don't know. I don't want to say it.
Yeah, I can't remember. It's all taken down now. So.
Somebody else say it.
I don't remember.
What was it you're talking about?
Owen Benjamin's breakdown of The Princess Bride. It's very good.
It's very good. It's funny, not in a quality way, but
You getting like a tattoo done, Kosho?
I'm cutting my hair.
I stopped watching him when he started with the Kanye West, or I don't know whatever his new name is, Yee, I guess. I stopped watching him at that point because I was like, oh shit, so he is part of establishment after all. And people are like going, no, not necessarily. I'm like, he's texting with the fucking biggest, artist on planet. Well, I can't believe I just said planet. That left my vocab a long time ago, that word. On the plane.
Plane just means wandering star. I guess we are also wandering stars. Huh?
Yeah, thanks. But yeah, I was like, he's texting with Kanye West. Hello.
Yeah, but you're talking about Kanye West, dude. I bet Scott Veach last year or a few months ago that in a couple of months Kanye West was going to be a flat earther. I bet him 3 ounces of gold, and he let me retract that bet, of course. But I made that bet after watching the Alex Jones interview.
That's what I'm saying though. He's on Alex Jones for fuck's sake.
Yeah, but
I mean,
you're reading that all wrong, dude. I mean, you're reading that like that's
what?
indication that Alex Jones and Owen Benjamin are actually establishment dudes. No, dude, that's indication that Kanye West is becoming part of the anti-establishment that
No
is
way.
now Owen Benjamin and Alex Jones. Yeah.
Dude, Alex Jones is the biggest fucking establishment guy there is. Obviously. I mean, back in the day, he did some good stuff, don't get me wrong. Back in the very early days, yeah, I mean, he did some good 9/11 stuff, but...
If you don't remember that interview, he was the voice of reason in the interview between him and Kanye, dude. He seemed like fucking, what was that guy? I don't know, like some CNN guy is what he seemed like when he was talking to Kanye West. He did not seem like a crazy dude in comparison to Kanye West. Kanye West was going off the rails at that point.
Well, look, I took one look at him doing that fake crying. Remember, he did that fake crying because my brother loved Alex Jones and even bought some of his products, and I used to laugh at him, like, because I just couldn't believe they bought into this guy, and then you got the even more dolts saying, "Oh, it's Bill Hicks." And I'm like, "Fuck you!" What? This is why I've got to come onto Discord and start correcting motherfuckers. Fucking Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. What? That's even worse than Paul McCartney and this shit. So, yeah.
Well, there's more viability to that just because they did have the same manager.
Oh, well, that's it then. Fucking close it down. Shut it down.
Well, when I say it has more viability, I mean barely.
Well, I have a whole other theory on that. I think he looks way more like Sam Kinison.
No, Sam Kinison. And Bill Hicks was Bill Hicks. And then
Maybe.
Alex Jones is a fucking shill. If there's a definition for shill, look, open the dictionary and it'll be Alex Jones's fucking face.
Alex Jones is a lot like Metallica, where he starts off authentic and there's value to what he's producing because he's authentic, but because he becomes an icon of sorts or becomes valuable in some way, popular, he starts eating because of this thing. Like it's how he eats. It's how he provides his house and stuff like that. So it changes sort of the thing you're producing now. Now it becomes a thing that you're producing in order to sustain that. And it's a different thing. And so I think that's just what happened to Alex Jones. I think he still has that. He still has the authenticity in him, but it's not what drives his what he puts out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I said, I took one look at him doing that fake crying that you were doing, and I was like, no. You know, I used to watch JRE, Joe Rogan Experience, religiously back in the day when he was doing it with Red Band, and it was just like he just had a laptop, and it was great. It's a fucking great show. Like when he had like Alex Bourdain on and shit like that, it was awesome. But then all of a sudden he does a 180 on moon landings, and he's got Neil deGrasse Tyson on his shit, and I'm like, I'm out, I'm done, because, and this is the thing, right? I get it, I totally get it. You know, a fucking yacht is better than a ditch. I totally get it, but I don't want to listen to him anymore because he's somebody else is speaking for him. You know,
Yeah.
so that's
I
what I
think
see.
we have different perspectives. First of all, one of my favorite shows was the one he did with Alex Jones when Eddie Bravo came on too. That was one of his longest shows. Also, he did like 4 some hours or something. But Alex Jones was off the rails, getting drunk and high at the same time, and just fucking talking so much shit. I think he was on blow probably too. But he was on. That was a good show. But
you making
to
my
me,
argument for me, Show.
well, okay. Hold on. What was this? Oh right. Oh no, yeah, Joe Rogan. The thing I feel like Joe Rogan. I can relate with him 100%. So I imagine Joe Rogan as being almost a dude. Like I've gone to the same thing. I was saying this earlier that it's everybody's capable of being biased by this, but imagine you have a theory about something that you just came up with. Like I said earlier, like you think your friend's neighbor is or you think your neighbor is a drug dealer, and so you start seeing things and you start attaching it to that idea because you came up with that, and you become biased towards that idea. And I think people are subject to this error of thinking, and I think Joe Rogan just as well as anybody else. I mean, I still am all the time. I think Joe Rogan had a lot of ideas that, because of the people he talks to people like Neil deGrasse Tyson. He argues with people, with his point of view, right? And he thinks about what they're saying to him. He reasons with, what they're arguing, and he adapts his opinion based on his experience with those people. And I think that's all you're seeing is somebody who's fluidly adapting their beliefs over time, and somebody like that who talks to all sorts of different people every day, top people in their fields. I just think it's natural to see, that evolution in his beliefs and shit.
Yeah, it's true. You've got to keep an eye on yourself, haven't you? You've got to watch yourself for any kind of bias like that. I agree totally.
I mean, I'm guilty of it too. I mean, I used to be a bigger conspiracy theorist. I'm still a 9/11 and shit. But I remember back in the day, I didn't have a community like this, but I did feel like the things I had learned, I had information other people didn't have and shit like that. So there's a part of you that wants to maintain that, or like you find evidences all the time that nurture that. That's just sort of biased. It's in some aspects.
I will say this, and then I'll get off. After about 5 years of looking into flat Earth, so I can't speak for everybody, but something weird happened to me, like a switch. Like, I don't know. I was just thinking about the bigger picture, the overarching thing. Like, just forget the numbers, forget everything, forget the black swan, forget this, forget that. And I was just picturing this ball rotating and orbiting and hurtling through a vacuum. And I just thought, this is the fucking most retarded thing ever. Why did I even think of it could be that? And so I stopped looking for flat Earth proofs, and I was like, I want to see some globe proof. Show me some globe proof. And I've still not seen anything that I've thought, right, that's it. That's it. The only thing that's making me question it now is what Dal from Beyond the Imaginary Curves brought up, which is that motion creates a vector. Have you seen what Dal's talking about? Yeah.
Did you say that you're leaving? Because actually, I'd like to hear more about. Yeah.
I'm sure you would, but it's like 10 to 5 in the morning, dude. Right. So.
Well, I'll just say somebody did bring this up last night. I didn't see Dell's thing. I respect Dell very much, and I understand the error in what he's saying, but I also understand why he's saying it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's true what he's saying in some respects, but there's something that he doesn't really, I guess, know about. I guess, and a lot of people maybe don't. But there's more than one type of acceleration. There's coordinate acceleration and there's
proper acceleration. Right. Yeah, you taught me that, Kosho.
Right, and that's.
I'd never even heard of that.
Yeah, I didn't know about that until I looked into it while being in this community, and but yeah, that's the difference. And so when he's talking about acceleration requires motion, that's proper. I mean, that's coordinate acceleration, but proper acceleration doesn't necessarily require that, which is why you can have your phone on the table and your accelerometer will still show that there's acceleration. It's being influenced by acceleration, even though it's not moving. So that's proper acceleration. But yeah, and it's probably worth looking into for him. But I'm very curious about his whole thing too.
Well, I mean, it certainly doesn't say anything about the shape of the Earth or whether or not it's a globe. So I will say that. But I don't know. There's definitely something to it. I've been thinking about it for a while, to the point where I have to put it down at times because it's like gets a bit much. But he's onto something, and he's he's a prominent guy, and to me, he's not. I don't know. I see him like he just seems like a genuine guy,
Exactly.
a down to earth guy.
Me and you, we're on the same wavelength sometimes, dude, because that's exactly why I like him. Because there's a lot of dudes in this community, and there's a lot of genuine dudes even. But he's a content creator, and on the content creators, he, to me, seems the most genuine, has the most genuine motivation. It seems he's driven by honest curiosity and honest, a problem with, the way that he understands things, right? So, yeah, he seems very authentic, very genuine. That's why I like him.
He went on Nathan's show, and I listened to it, and it's such a shame because I should have known, but he didn't even get a chance to talk. Nathan did his usual. He gets a bit mental when he calls it the arena, and then all of a sudden it's like game on, and he just sort of muted him and talked over him, and it's a shame. I wish they could have had a genuine discussion, but I don't know.
I heard that.
Yeah,
I thought that was unfortunate, man, that happened.
I mean, Dell didn't help himself because he started apologising because he'd said some shit about he's calling Arwin Arwinge, and he'd said some shit about Nathan, and like he apologised, and I was surprised to hear him say that, to be honest. But then 10 minutes later, once Nathan had dug in at him, he was doing it all over again, and I thought this is so bad, and I just wish they could have had a genuine conversation instead of all the fucking theatrics, all the tactics, gameplay, and whatever.
I've fallen into that trap so many times going on Nathan's show. It's unfortunate that he did that. It's hard not to. I can see why he probably just, couldn't fight the urge to respond. But that's the trap, dude. Nathan just wants you to respond. He wants you on your show. That's the worst thing you can possibly do.
Yeah, I've been thinking that lately. I can definitely be a bit like QE. Like I can really shout somebody down and swear at them, and I've done it on here, and it's not my proudest moment, but I've done it. But I am definitely inspired by Gio. Love you, Gio. He's a legend, and I want to lean towards more like Gio, and just be respectful of folks, and attack the argument, not the person.
Absolutely.
They'll never stood a chance against those powerhouses, Nathan and Arwin. I mean, he never got a chance to talk. Well, that's the truth of it.
You can't go into that house and think that you're going to win anything. There's no way to win. First of all, Nathan will unapologetically mute you and not even, express that he muted you.
But yeah, I need to go back to the drawing board with the mechanics of motion. I realise that.
Oh, mic check.
Yeah, you coming through? Good
Sorry,
buddy.
My AirPod died.
Oh.
No, yeah. That's why I brought up that, even though you said I already had said it to you before, that proper motion thing. I didn't always know about that, but I feel like when it comes to the thing Dell's talking about, because Dell is usually like, I had a conversation with him one time for 45 minutes, and it was actually fine on his show. So I think the way he thinks is it's he's on the right track and shit, but it, those sort of things like proper acceleration, that kind of answers that question. And it's confusing at first, like why your phone would be telling you that it's accelerating when it's sitting on the table, but it does. And so the only way to square that circle is bringing up proper acceleration.
The issue is that if it's a ball, though, the whole thing, if you drop something in Australia, New Zealand, you drop something in the northern hemisphere, quote unquote, it doesn't make any sense that it's accelerating towards both, does it?
It does.
It doesn't make any sense that the Earth's moving up towards both things.
I could display this. I can't do it right now because I'm cutting my hair in the bathroom. My thumb drive's somewhere else, but I've made several animations that describe this. But I'll describe it just quickly. Like if you have 3 cars in the highway, right, which is the animation I made, and you have a car in the back, and and during this, there's a single event that occurs. The single event is that the car in the back will crash with the middle car, like it runs into the back of it. Okay, from the perspective of the car in the back, the car in the front is moving towards it. Okay, this is just how motion works. The motion works in the reference frame of that car. It's stationary. Everything else is moving, and so the car in front of it is moving towards it. If at that same time the car in the front also crashed with the car in the middle, like it ran into the back of it, from the perspective of the car in the front, the car in the middle is moving towards it. And so, if depending on which perspective you're describing it from, the car in the middle is moving towards both those other 2 cars. But that's only because you're describing this event from 2 different perspectives at the same time, 2 different reference frames at the same time, which is not really an accurate way to describe things, but you're describing an event from 2 reference frames simultaneously, which can lead to those sort of contradictions.
Yeah, I mean, I think of the Earth moving in either direction at the same time, and it's just my brain won't let me do it. My brain says no.
Well, that's fair. That's all. Like I said, that's fair, but that's the only reason is it's not doing that. Like in real life, you don't describe events using 2 reference frames. You never everything you describe. It's first established the reference frame you're describing from. It just so happens that you can compare an event, what it's doing in both reference frame, but that doesn't really mean that it's happening. Like 2 different things are happening. It just means that you're describing an event in 2 different ways. If that makes sense. Like anytime you describe the event validly, you're going to use a single reference frame. So, I don't know if that's coming through clearly, but I don't want to make it more convoluted, and I tend to do that. So,
no, it's all good. I've enjoyed talking to you, Coach Show. Anyway,
yeah, usually, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off. So have a good night. Have a good night, everybody.
Usually.
Bye bye.
Sorry to everybody else. Tony's in the house, but he doesn't open his mic anymore. By the way, what's up, Tony? You guys making this haircut take forever. Jim, your mic's open. What's going on with you, Jim? Hey, did everybody in here hear Jim became a Glober the other day? He said he was very impressed by Xanix's argument. He had to think about it, and he became a Glober. So let's all congratulate Jim. All right, guys. Real quick, did you hear how? I don't know if you guys know this, but Jeremy's he used to be overweight. He weighs a lot more than is healthy. So I heard that over the past a month or so, he's actually lost almost 40 pounds. And so I went to congratulate him. I said, "Hey man, congratulations! I heard you lost 40 pounds, man. How'd you do that?" And he says he had made a bet with crypto, and he bet him that the Earth was flat. He was wrong about that because he lost the bet. He had to pay crypto 40 pounds. So I was like, "Oh, okay." I thought he had lost some weight, but he's still fat. Tough crowd. Can't make fun of Jeremy. Can't make fun of Jim. Doesn't bring nobody out. All right, so I have a moment of silence for the flat Earth. fuck's sakes. I'm gonna start making fun of you, Gio, to get you out of the darkness. I'll be the only one here, and I'm cutting my hair more active than the rest of you guys.
What do you think, Jeremy?
Being a pussy, dude. He's embarrassed about what I just said. Not a lot of people know that he's fat. He's very overweight, like unhealthily. He's probably not speaking up because he's a little embarrassed by that.
Are you serious? No,
Yeah.
I was just asking you what you think, bro.
Oh, you were calling me Jeremy. That's what's up, dude. That's my name, so I appreciate that. This is witchcraft.
Yeah, well, I wasn't calling you anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, never mind. Is this witchcraft though?
Yeah. Is that okay?
That is okay. I'm ecstatic to hear you, dude. I just didn't know if you have a different name. So, sin killer. I guess that's in regards to sin cleanser.
That's it. That's enough. I'm gonna change that shit, dude. I don't want to be associated with somebody who you already hate.
I don't hate him. Actually, I have a newfound respect for him recently. So
That's okay. I'm not gonna carry the burden. I don't want to have to do anything with that.
swear. How you been though? Are you still the flat type, or did that change? You've always been a little bit on
No,
the
I
fence.
don't. I'm on the. I don't give a fuck.
You still dominating at chess?
No, I taught my brother too much, and now he is just unbelievably great. Yeah, yeah. I don't think any of you guys can defeat me, and I don't. I don't think I can ever defeat my brother if he fucks up just a little bit.
Well, that's sounds reminiscent to any story about me and my brothers, dude. I taught them everything I know, and apparently that wasn't enough because they both usually surpass me in everything I teach them. So
I want to have nothing to do with Sin Cleanser. And if my name has anything to do with it, I'm going to change it right now. Right now.
If it doesn't have anything to do with him, then just say that and it'll be fine. I just when I first saw you, that's right. I saw you talking to Scott Beach, and I thought that Sin Cleanser had like changed his name to Sin Killer, but I think Scott was just talking to you, and I didn't realize that.
Yeah. I just don't give a fuck though about the shape of the earth. It doesn't matter to me, bro. Unless it actually is proven. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, well, you're in good company because I think 99% of the human population shares the same sentiment as you do.
Yeah. It should be that way, bro. It should be a thick earth, bro.
Well, no, there's people like me who are obsessive, nerds, maybe a little bit. I like science and stuff. There's people. If you have enough information, you can know what shape it is, and in that case, I feel like that's fine. But for most people, like your everyday Joe, this sort of stuff is boring to them and irrelevant to their life. So.
All I know is there is no curvature to be seen. It doesn't mean it has to be flat. But curvature upwards or downwards, it's not seen.
Okay. I got news for you, bro. Yeah, okay. I don't know why it upsets me, but it does a little bit. But that you're a flat earther, then, dude. That's it. I mean, that's what it means. Flat earthers.
No,
It's like being black. It's like being black. Like I have a lot of black friends. My mom's black, for instance, but her skin color is not black, right? It's a very beautiful skin color. It's not black though, but she's considered black. So it's like there's a lot of flat earthers, and almost none of them believe the Earth is flat per se, but they all believe that it's there's no curvature. So
what if there was like a skin cream that removed her black color? Would she still be black?
yeah, yes, absolutely. My little brother is lighter than me sometimes. He's darker than me sometimes. All the police officers who've ever arrested me have written down that I'm white. They put white as a circle that. However, my mom's black. Many people, including me in some contexts, will consider myself black. So that's what I'm saying. It's not a skin color thing. It's like it's a colloquial term that basically means African American.
Honestly, dude, I'm not gonna lie. I have to get this out. Um,
Take it
one of
out.
my best friends is black, but in the same concept, like I feel like he's just not ready to be black.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I
Elaborate.
mean?
I had a friend who was Jewish. Like he's got Jewish ancestry. His mom's half Jewish, I think. And I had to convince him he was Jewish. I had to like tell him all these famous people who were Jewish that are cool, but he wasn't ready to be Jewish. But then, accepted it eventually. What do you mean? Elaborate on what you mean by that, your friend.
Well, yeah, I feel like he's like Uncle Tom, if you know what I mean.
I don't like to name names, but it's that kind of night. I'll just Shanji. He reminds me of Shanji. Shanji said some pretty fucked up shit before, but he's like me, like mixed. You know? A lot of people get surprised that I'm black or whatever. What the fuck is that? Holy shit! Hold on, dude. Someone's sticking a hanger under my door, bathroom door, and cutting my hair. Hold on a second. Shit, did witchcraft leave? My girlfriend's sitting here sticking hangers underneath the door. I got to deal with that. Now witchcraft is gone. God damn it. Does everybody in here have Cash App? I'll do it like this. I have $100 on Cash App. I'll send $100 to anyone who can give me the correct answer to this riddle. Okay? Hold on. Let me think of it. Okay, this is an easier riddle, so I'm going to change that to an ounce of silver. I'll send somebody an ounce of silver on Cash App if they answer this riddle correctly. And I'm a man of my word. So here's the riddle. What English word exists that you can take away 4 letters? Take away 4 letters from the word, and it's still pronounced the same way. Let's see what you got. And if that one is not tricky enough, I'll do another. This is for a different riddle, a different silver ounce. Snacks just showed up. He left because he heard me talking probably. More of the reasons for somebody else to speak up. But yeah, here's another riddle. Silver ounce. Which English word? Okay, no, here we go. Take a word that signifies a man. Add 1 letter to it. It signifies a woman. Add another letter to it. It signifies a great man. And the entire word, when you add all the letters in, signifies a great woman. And what English word is that? So that's a silver ounce for the first riddle and a silver ounce for the second riddle. If you answer both, I'll give you 3 silver ounces. If you don't respond, I'll hit you in the nuts. This is fucking difficult, dude. Start insulting people, they don't respond. Make up stories about them, they don't respond. Offer them money, they don't respond. What the fuck are you gonna do? Anybody here ever have one of those conversations with one of those AIs that, you know, has like a, not like it's like a chat GPT type thing, but it has a microphone so it can respond in voice with you? You ever seen these? There's all sorts of them. Some people use them, you know, to have a friend to talk to. Some people use it to do like role playing, sexual stuff. It's probably the most popular way to use it. But they're really quite fascinating. I don't know if any of you have come across those, but I'll post one now. Check that one out. If you do, use the voice number 4. It's kind of the sexiest sounding one. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to play with. Oh shit! There's a super chat. Super chat from Katie. Katie something. Okay. She says, "Hey, there's 8 people in there. If you're gay, don't say anything." What? Okay. That's from Katie for $20. Oh shit! I guess you guys are all gay. No offense. Not there's anything wrong with that, but according to Katie and you guys, could have easily said something. You're all homosexuals. Maybe that's a boring ass haircut. Oh my god. Did you guys see this? I'm watching the news. It says Will Smith and The Rock both just died in a car crash. They're filming a movie together. What the fuck? Will Smith and The Rock. Famous guys. Both dead. Wow. Alright, I'm gonna watch Dell's video. You guys won't say anything. I'm gonna watch Dell's video. I'll be back. Alright, that's it. I just got done with that. I watched on 2 times speed. Dell's video. I'm convinced. You guys, I'm ashamed to say it, but you guys have been right this whole time. It's flat. It's flat Earth.
Oh, show.
Oh god damn it! What's up? What's up? What's up, Red Cloud?
Hello, sir. You watched Dell's video. What is it? What was it about? Is it any good?
I didn't watch Dell's video. God damn it! I've been here for like 20 minutes. Nobody's been talking for like 20 minutes. I'm trying to get someone to say anything.
The asylum people are talking. Jin is still in there.
I don't think I'm privy to that place. I think I left that place a long time ago, and since
Oh, really?
Give me an invite if you will.
Jin has been in there for 4 hours and something, 5 hours or something. I was shocked. I actually went in just to see if there's still anyone in there. There's lots of people in there, and Johnny's in there now as well, which is even more. You know.
Johnny's one of my favorite people in the world, so I'm just watching.
Yeah, I'm just
for
another thing tomorrow.
I'm gonna send you some. Go ahead, sorry.
Got another gig tomorrow.
I was gonna say I'm gonna send you some naked pictures of pregnant ladies if you send me an invite to that server. DMs. I know what you're into, dude.
Dude, I photograph all sorts of things. I've been a photographer for quite a long time. I mean, multiple decades, and I've only done. I can count them on the fingers of one hand. How many shoots I've done like that? And it's always their idea. They come to me and say, "I would like you to do this for me." Never I'm saying, "Hey, can I take pictures of you?" Ever, because that's not what you do.
That'd be weird.
I mean, sometimes you do stuff a little bit like that because you want stuff for your portfolio. If you don't have any examples, you got to show a broad range. And so I do have a broad range, but I don't have anything like that. And I always very, very careful to make sure it's always private, always done with the highest degree of decorum possible that it's possible to do in that kind of thing. Anyway, I just popped in to say hello. I'm going to pop out again and go.
Listen to me. Hold on, dude.
Okay.
Don't do that because I asked you for an invite. You didn't respond to my request.
Invite for what?
Into this asylum place. I don't have access to that place.
Oh, really? I don't know how to do that.
Oh, come on,
dude. Dude, how do you can have to talk me through it, man? I don't know.
Okay, are you on PC? Are you on the PC? Right? I'm not supposed to be doing this in this server, asking for an invite for another server, let alone walking.
Oh gosh.
But are you on PC?
Yes. No. I can get on one.
No. You don't have to get on one. I'm
on an iPad right now.
Okay. Well, you know how, like on Discord, there's a right column, there's a left column. Usually, the left column. Go ahead.
Have you DM'd me ever?
Probably, but I'll do it now if it helps.
Do it now, and I'll see what I can do. I'll see what happens.
Yeah, you sound like me, dude. Let's see what happens. See what we can do. See what happens. Okay.
I don't know. I'm not good at this. I keep telling people.
No, just real quick though, I wanted to just run something by you. I had this idea.
Please do.
I have a guilty pleasure. I'm not really guilty about it, but I watch a lot of those YouTube videos, the yoga, like girls in spandex doing yoga. I watched a lot of them. Yeah, I'm subscribed to hundreds of those channels. Anyways,
really?
Yes, I love some of the best art on Discord, or on YouTube.
Oh, it's YouTube, yeah.
Flexi Amy is a good channel, but so anyway, I'm not a photographer. I don't even really have a camera, but if I was single, I just always thought it'd be like, it'd be a lucrative idea to go to like a college town, like the one I used to live in, and put advertisements on Craigslist and say, "Hey, I'm a photographer. Make this much. Just looking for people to just do yoga for a shoot. Whatever. Pay them like $100, and then you're there, videotaping these things. You're getting paid to do it because you put it on YouTube. Those things get so many views.
Yeah.
Something to think about because you were a photographer. You're already filming naked pregnant people. So.
What a routine thing for me, man. That one I told you about, her name is Michelle. That one I told you about, the product of that pregnancy is now 19.
Shit, that was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago. And since
you have
then,
a daughter-in-law.
I have a daughter-in-law.
I didn't know that.
She's a delight. So you keep track of it. I tell people it's not like I'm giving out of my really private information. I'm telling people I'm a real person and everything. I don't mind. It's okay. No one cares. No one knows. No one knows who I am really. You don't know my name. Anyway, yeah. So my daughter-in-law, yeah, I'm actually going to be photographing her in about a week. We've got a week-long shoot at the studio in a studio here near Atlanta. And we're going to be shooting a bunch of different things. Some kids. We're going to be doing some business headshots. We're going to do some all sorts of different things. And we'll spend the whole week doing different shoots. And she's going to be one of our subjects. She's absolutely lovely. She's like 5 foot. She's 5 foot nothing, and she weighs nothing, and so she fits in anything. So she's like a clothes horse, right? So she just any clothes works on her. Anything like sackcloth, just throw paper bags, anything works.
Is it the wife of your offspring?
This is the wife of my number one son.
So
I photographed her multiple
times. Go
ahead. I've photographed her like professionally, like twice before, and I did her graduation pictures when she graduated from college. She's a doctor. Anyway, so we're going to be shooting her next week. It's going to be cool fun.
Hey man, good for your son though, dude.
Yeah.
I got a lot of respect for grandpas, like grandparents, like any dude who's a grandpa. I got much respect for him because that's my dream is to have kids, let alone grandkids.
Yeah.
But I got to get the same amount of respect for a dude who's got a son with a hot wife. Much respect, dude. It means you did something right.
Oh, she's very, very easy to photograph. I whip my my iPhone and it takes nothing. She's just eating ice cream. A couple of days ago, we went out the ice cream night, and she's just eating ice cream, standing there in the light. Like click, and then it's a great picture. For me, taking a picture of me, it's more difficult to make me look good. And then my number two son as well. He's also really photogenic. He's got a goatee beard, and he looks very cool. With sunglasses on. So, yeah, wifey too, but she doesn't like me taking a picture.
Good for you, though.
Wifey's very self-conscious. So. I take a picture of her, when it's necessary, but she doesn't really like me just snapping. When she's busy doing something, or she doesn't have makeup on, that type of thing.
No, I don't like people. My girlfriend likes to do that to me too. I hate it, dude. I hate it when I don't like taking pictures, let alone people randomly taking pictures of me that they're going to post on the internet.
Oh, she's my daughter-in-law. She's very, she knows. She doesn't complain at all. She'll just stand there and just, I'll get my camera and then she'll just basically ignore me and do what she was doing. I'll get my shot and then I'll just say, all right, turn a little bit this way, look this way, and she'll just do it. She's very compliant like that. She knows I've got to get it out of my system, So,
hey, mind me asking, what is your number one? What's his field? What field's he in?
He's in IT. He works for an IT company for IT companies.
Oh, okay, dude. He's an IT guy. He works for IT companies that do IT stuff for IT companies.
Yes, he does IT for IT. He's right at the, I don't know what the next level would be above that, but he's at that level. And she's the doctor, so they've the amount of money they're making is quite absurd.
Well, good for you, man. Like I said, I give you. I joke around with you all the time because
I know
it's fun. It's because you're like Scott Beach, because you're a good friend of mine, and you guys are both very very friendly. I don't want to use the word naive, but I just mean like you're quick to trust that someone's like you said yesterday. You're not really you're not really aware of somebody being facetious. You said something like that.
Hard to read, yeah. When Americans are facetious, I can't always read it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think that just means that you're more. I said the word naive, but I can't think of a different word. I just mean like you're more innocent. You have more innocent mind. So that's something good about you. So anyway,
I
the point is,
appreciate it.
I got respect. I got respect for you. You seem like you got your life together, happy life, successful family.
Yeah, thanks. No, the what you need if you're going to do your idea of yoga, what you need is a space, and you need the space, pretty well controlled. So it's got to be secure, it's got to be well lit, and it's got to be well ventilated, like a good aircon. And then once you got that, that's gold. And if it's well lit, well ventilated, and secure, that's what you need to do shoots like that and anything like that, because we've got opportunities to do actor workshops and actor headshots and that type of thing at our studio. So we only have 2 of the 3 of what I just mentioned. So we don't have good aircon. So we're trying to work on that. But yeah, doing stuff like that is those requirements, those 3 requirements, what you need.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, we have dancers. We're going to be photographing dancers, and some of them are really, really good. Which is really good, very well designed, very well, well put together and everything. And they are really good at what they do. They are like different, but they're dancers, but also essentially party motivators. So like at parties, they do all the dancing, and everyone comes up and dances. And if there's no one dancing, they dance alone, and they just have a good time. They have a party no matter what's going on. And so we've got about how many dancers we got? Gosh, we got about a dozen. That they're all the dancers are all contract, right? So some gigs we have 2 or 3, combination, and then we have rehearsals every 2 months. We have rehearsals 6 times a year, and we do those at the studio. So we have about a dozen dancers, and we work on these dance routines and stuff. It's actually, and I do the film. I use my phone and stuff, and I film it as well. So I'm camera operator on that night. That's really cool fun. I'll show you. I'll if you want to DM me, I'll maybe I'll send a screenshot or 2. I think you like it.
I did DM you.
Okay, I'll check.
I'm already expecting a response from you because we're already agreed on doing, right, sir? But
right.
I posted also something for you. I posted a video. It's an artsy sort of yoga video. Flexi Amy, it's a great channel. But these are the type of videos I'm talking about. And I don't think you have to. You don't like in a college town. You can go in the gym at the college.
We got one near us. Yeah, we got a college town.
Yeah. You can do this kind of thing in a lot of places without having to pay anything to do it.
Yeah. All right, I'll take a look at this DM. I'm going to bop out and go over to see what Jin's up to. I have been, I don't actually. I listen to everybody else. It's actually, I find it kind of interesting just to see listen to the responses. But whatever, I'm going to be up for a while. But I've got a gig tomorrow, so I've got to be in bed, so I won't be up all night.
Well, nice talking to you. I expect to
Yeah,
hear
you too,
from you
Kosha.
soon in DMs. Almost immediately, I expect to hear from you. Yeah, I'll see you.
I'll see you, Kosha.
I just want to say for the live stream, I'm not a fan of any other server. I kind of want to sabotage the place. So I'll say that in front of everybody. Now that Red Cloud's gone, I don't really want access to the server to check it out. I kind of want to just go in there and sabotage it. So that's what I'll be doing. Also, now that Red Cloud's gone, I will say I was just kidding with him. I was serious when I said that I was impressed by Dale's argument, and you know, I'm starting to see it probably as a plane. The Earth might be a plane. I don't know how big it is, but I do know that it does seem to be flat, level, seems to be horizontal, that kind of stuff. So the more I think of it, the more I feel I've been stupid this whole time. What was I talking about? Reference frames? What the fuck? Pseudo forces. I gotta go back and think about all the shit I've been saying for these years.
Hey, where are the white women at?
Where's the curve? Anybody? Jeremy, you're crazy. You know what I mean? Jeremy?
Hey, what's up, Spiral? How you been? Spiral, you there?
Paging Jeremy. Paging Jeremy.